Howdy, howdy, howdy. How are y'all? Wasn't actually planning on stream today, but realized I had very little bread left and decided, well, something had to be done about that. Yay! Kitty Chase! Not a very pleasant outside day today. It's nice enough, though. So what do we got? Let's stick with 1 and 3. Start off our day nice and simple. You can see I'm not wearing my normal Gemma outfit. Going a different direction, at least for today, until I can find something that works for it. But this is my three-dimensional illusion shirt. So, as it says in the announcement title thing, I am making onion bread. Fact is, like I said, I wasn't planning on making bread at all, but the bread that I think we were all here for, Uncle Bear's graduate loaf. Well, that's all that's left of it, so I think we need. Why am I on 3? Got my numbers again. If you put numbers on the cameras, that would certainly help me. You can see there's not a whole lot of bread left. And I might want to make something like a sandwich later. So, I decided, what the hell, I'm going to try to keep it simple and not go get sidetracked into doing all kinds of other crap. But I will not guarantee. There's also the possibility that we might get a visit from an electrician, because the stove is still having its issues. Fortunately, seeing as how the stove is gas, even if it fails, like the timers and the pilot lights and all that shit go off, it'll still work. Or it should. All else fails, then we'll play a new game. We'll do, let's do that. I've been meaning to do this for a while, so this will actually make it look like when the guy gets here that I had to do this. We are going to induction cook these onions using an induction cooking. Something we've never played with here before, but it is fun. I think I got this free when it came, and I got some pots and pans once. But we're going to do it today. So how am I going to do this? Where do we want to do this? I don't want to do it on that wall. I'm going to do it right on top of the stove, because it's got the camera on it and everything already. And as long as we don't lose power in this wall, we should be fine. There we are. My pretty, well, not really all that pretty, but still, induction burner. I really want to do all this. No. I don't really cook with this thing very often anyway. I use this when I've done outdoor demo things. It's really, it literally is just a magnet. So we'll do that another day when I actually have a reason to do something specifically induction. Till then, we'll stick with this. Alright, so we are basically sweating the shit out of these onions. So we're going to start off with a cold pan before. I'm not even turning the pan on just yet. We will use the last of these massive onions. I'm back on. All right, so I have a lot of cutting to do. Once again, time that it would be nice to have Uncle Bear available. I think this is actually, if I did my research correctly, the worst possible time to stream a cooking stream. Let me see if I'm right. What is it right now? It's Tuesday at around 4:04. Yeah. Yeah, it's about as bad as it gets. Not as bad, but pretty low. Oh well. There's me. My brilliant streaming acumen. Bucking the trends. Going against the style that everybody else would do. Anyway, so we're going onions. But gonna cut this whole big thing into tiny little onions. That's the big plan right now. And yes, I do put on the armor for cutting big, clumsy onions like this. Because, I mean, that is a giant fucking onion. There's no way to do that gracefully. That's where they quarter it instead of half it. Make it a little easier. You know, while we do this, why don't we bloom some yeast? Well, it doesn't really matter. I got these onions are going to take a while to cook. What was I saying? Oh yeah, like I said, there might be a electrician coming over to fix whatever the weird problem is with my electricity here on my wall back there. Oh, I've lost everything. Interesting. Yep, came back. Came up, because it's kind of like when I went away again. Well, at least hopefully they'll do that when the electrician's here so you can see what the fuck's going on. And know that it isn't me. See, if I quarter it, I could probably be easier than doing it the way I'm going to. You know, it will be. So I'm going to do it. Otherwise, it just makes a mess everywhere. Come on, baby. I'm gonna need you a little power from you in a minute. Not really need, but wouldn't be bad to have. All right. There's my backup bench scraper. Ow. Keep pulling muscles that I don't think I have. So, I'm pretty sure this whole stream caught everyone off on surprise. Unlike all my other streams, which everybody counts on like water. So this is just a giant Maui sweet onion. The only real difference between the bread we made yesterday or the day before and today is these caramelized onions I'm going to add to it. Try to get a little color into them. Give them a nice, good long wild sweat. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, they really got to solve this listening to music thing. So that I can listen. Because, I mean, honestly, the bands that I listen to are the kind of bands that really would rather me play their music with friends. And it's not like I really care about the monetization of this. It's not like I'm ever going to make any money on this. If I ever get a payout ever at all, would be a surprise. It's sort of a shame that I can't listen to the tune I want to loudly enough that you can hear them with me without shutting me down. Well, at least shutting down the volume. Oh, got power back for a second. Yep. back. In time. I'm about to need to use the pilot sparky thing. Just remind me not to use the timer. All right. So, sweating onions or caramelizing it properly, start a cold pan. All right, so a little oil, nothing fancy, just olive oil. Salt. You want to bring out the natural flavors inside of the onion. So just some kosher salt. You can put pepper on if you want. It don't hurt nothing. And flash white wine. A little later, depending on how things look, it is highly likely that I will throw some sugar on here. Just maybe a tablespoon in total over the whole cooking time. And that cooking time is going to be quite a while. In that time, we are going to develop a poolish. Sort of a fake poolish. It's not. Actually, there's no reason to do that. I might as well just make bread. I could make a poolish and do all that, but unless I'm going to let the thing sit out for a day, making a biga or a poolish, which is a starter, which means taking some of the yeast, some of the water, some of the flour, putting in a bowl, letting it do its thing overnight, and then just sitting out overnight. It picks up yeast from the air, and it develops better flavors. Somewhat. I mean, you can notice it. What we're going to be doing by adding all this onion flavor to it anyway, and we're not just going to be adding just the onion by itself. We will be adding some onion powder as well, because we want to give it a nice, strong, oniony flavor. Maybe even a little garlic powder just to reinforce the tanginess. Let's see. How are the birds sounding today? Sounding lovely. Do I have fire? I do have fire. Alright, so when we ultimately get down to the cooking of the bread, I'm going to want this container here out of the way. Here. I want you forward. Get rid of this bowl. And use this bowl to store the old bread. Now I'll put this up here so I can see it. And we know how much bread is left. Since I'm not making the bread anytime particularly soon, I'm not going to go through the process of getting this first step of bread making is getting this bowl here warm. Basically filling it. I just finished cleaning it, so this is perfectly clean, this part. I'm going to fill it up with warm water before we use it, get that nice and warm. This just needs a wipe down. It really isn't. It was probably cleaned immediately after we took it out in the first place. This never gets that full. Well, it gets the most baked part of it as well because of its place in the whole mix. So for now, this will be the place we will be making bread eventually. Inside the KitchenAid bread bowl, which just gave one to Uncle Bear. He will be making bread, he says, tomorrow. We'll see. He says he's going to be making rye bread. I'd be making rye bread right now if he didn't say he was making rye bread. That's why I'm making onion bread. So, if and when I end up with bread, I'd like to put on it. I want to do something with a chicken breast. I don't have a chicken breast recipe off the top of my head that I'm so interested in, though. I am eventually going to do chicken tikka masala. That's a big plan of mine. What else could I eat? You can see I'm famished. Like I'm empty inside. So I'll just keep here standing, looking at things and occasionally cleaning them. The camera should ring through if someone calls. I hope. So if the electrician does show up, I don't miss him. Almost have a dish cam. Yeah, I do need to make. I need to make some more bacon. So again, while we have an operating oven, I don't know if I've ever made bacon on my show, so let's show you how to properly make bacon. First off, you get everything else out of the oven that you don't want to make bacon with. Then turn your oven on to 425 degrees. And push the start button. And then turn the light on, let you know that that's what you just did and why you just did it. And then find a better camera. So, I don't need you here now. Back over here. So, I will remember my new camera numbers soon, sometime soon. So, best way to make bacon is on a sheet pan like this. Pull out ye old vacuum sealed bacon that you've been using since you purchased it from Costco and split it into like 10 different ones of these. This may be the end of this little baggie. So, as you can see, it couldn't take too many cuts more if I needed to reseal it anyway. I can get sort of weirdly obsessive about how I place the bacon on. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't even remember the last time I ever actually made bacon in a pan or not in an oven. Just doesn't make any sense to do it any other way. As you will see shortly, perhaps. Plus, you get all this lovely bacon fat, which you can see I save rendered bacon fat for other purposes in cooking. Maybe just the annoying amount that's gonna make me wanna wish I had not enough to seal, but not enough to just throw away cook. I'll put a couple down here across the bottom. Still just two off.
DiamondSlug. Yummy bacon, bacon, bacon.
Yeah, I can just double these up a little over here. Because they shrink up a little anyway. So we're gonna pull those up. Here we go. Yummy bacon for sure. All right. All right. So, about 25 minutes in the oven. 30 minutes at most. And you have bacon for my future avocado toasts. That'll go on that bacon bread that I'm making also. It's all one big plan. Maybe I'll do like a BLT just for the hell of it. I have some tea, don't I? If I do have a tea or two. Not that one. These aromas look pretty good. These half decent aromas. Double check them before I cut into them, but they look great. So yeah, maybe we'll do a BLT. I think I have even some T or L. That's always the trick. Is there any L? We've discovered, oh, I do have L. And we've also discovered that these mini hearts of romaine that we bought and never ended up using for Easter have just lasted and lasted and lasted very, very well in our refrigerator ones in my fridge. I mean, deep to the heart, it's still crispy, fresh, and no brown, nothing. Very impressed. So we're definitely going to be in the baby romaine camp for a while, which is good because I need to be. I need to be using up more stuff. Ouch. All right, so onion bread and bacon. Sounds like a party. Anyone was here? ¿Qué hora es? Dice. Hmm. 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 Ugh. I didn't say it was going to be the most exciting stream. Doesn't even seem like it was just the title even. Onion bread. We could have fun and paprika up this bacon a little, but it doesn't. No reason to do that. It tastes good on its own. Mm. I have a few comedy albums mixed in with my music that I can listen to that you can't barely hear, so that it doesn't get muted. That was a comedian named Stephen Lynch who does silly songs. All right. Close enough to time to drink. Almost 5. And I do need to eat something, so might as well make that thing alcohol. I should do this just for screenshot purposes. There we go. Proto bacon. All right, well, I suppose I can get out some of the ingredients we may need for the bread. Yeast. We will need a packet of yeast. One packet of yeast. Now, the water content is the biggest difference between doing this and doing just using a regular recipe of bread, mainly because all the extra water you're getting from that onion has got to go somewhere, and you don't want to end up with just a gooey bread at the end. So this is where having a little experience just on what bread texture should be like when you're making it is very helpful. That's why in this case we're going to start with basically 4 cups of bread flour. Instead of waiting and adding more later, I'm going to start with a lot and then just not all put all that much water in it first. Fail to make a mess. Alright, that's about. Okay, that's about 4 cups. Tear out the more. Great. Alright. Should get a pretty new home. I got a pretty new home for you. Alright, well. Rice, you have graduated. Get to stand all on your own. I know. I was as surprised as you. But there's a hole in that. Thank you. Alright. Keep these moving. Slow and low. That's how you caramelize a good onion. If they get too dry, add a little I like to add wine, but you can add just water. Okay. All right, so bacon going. Says 425 on my oven. In it goes. I would normally add a timer there, but instead I will just add a timer here. Hey Siri, set a timer for 22 minutes. All right, so that'll remind me to look at the bacon if my nose doesn't remind me on its own. All right, so we got about 4 cups bread flour. We have our packet of active dry yeast. We have we have essentially 2 tablespoons or 2 teaspoons of salt. Would be 1.5, but because of all the extra stuff we're putting it in, I'm just going to go for a full 2. And we're putting a lot more flour in than we normally might. And then, like I said, I'm a fan of adding a little sugar, give those yeasties something to munch on in the early days of development. Probably more than I usually would put, but okay. All right, so we'll add that in there. Now, so that's it. That's everything for bread right there. So you make bread. In this case, like I said, I'm going to add some onion powder. And maybe some garlic powder. I honestly do not know why I have such a tiny little puny thing of onion powder. Usually I have a giant old thing of onion powder. I must have had it on a list and someone just followed the list without me realizing that it wasn't, they took the whole list when I really only wanted to send them out for a couple items on the list. So they didn't really understand the concept of the big spices in that particular moment. All right, so we'll decide this on the fly, how much of that we're going to put in. That there more. So, cocktail time it is then. I'm trying to drag it around until it seems like at a more appropriate time, but 4:23 is exactly the right time to drink, I believe. I think they did a whole new meeting on the matter and realized that that's the new time that people should start drinking. I don't know. I wasn't at the meeting. I just heard about it, so I could be wrong. All right. Let's add plenty of ice in case things get out of hand. Well, maybe I'll do some kind of grilled chicken breasty thing. Just get like a frozen chicken breast and show you one of my techniques for cooking or preparing food for my household. I have a protein-loving household, so I have to cook the meats around as much as I can. I haven't been doing it very well lately. Cooking show and all. But that's why I have things like just fully meat on chili lying around the house all the time. None of that chili's gone to waste. The Cincinnati chili's gone. That was mostly gone the night after I made it. That's why I had to make the second chili. And I made a lot of that second chili, and there's still a lot of it left, but not as much as you might imagine from the amount of meat we put in that fucking thing. Getting low on the Red Bull. You can always tell when I've been increasing my alcohol consumption. Now, I can't see that resetting if the power just goes off. That just doesn't make sense to me. And again, this whole problem doesn't make any sense to me, so I'm not really. I'm probably the one to talk to about it. Ah, yummy. I needed that. Well, I know what AJ's doing. AJ's probably playing Breachers. Right. Do I want to do something with a chicken breast? Alright, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go grab some frozen chicken breasts that I have, and then I'm going to stick them in a bag with this tomato garlic marinade. And that way I can sous vide them anytime I want, and they'll have that flavor on them, and I just quick flash them on the grill, or I can just take them straight out of the bag. Oh wait, no, with these, I think I marinate them first, then I cook them, then I freeze them. I think that's the plan. All right, so we're just gonna do that. We're gonna go defrost like 4 breasts of chicken or so. What does it say it's for? Out of curiosity. And then I can use them as sandwiches, or I can cut them up, or so 2 pounds of chicken. Oh, okay, that's easy enough. Off to the chicken coop to slaughter me a chicken. Gonna kill me a big old fatty chicken. Mm. So I got better chicken breasts. I have different levels of quality of chicken breast. I have those like pre-cutleted ones, but these are the nice Foster Farms big giant plump ones. So these will do even better. These I can use for a bigger variety of.
His luck. Tasty chicken poultry leg breast.
And then we're gonna marinate them in this overnight at least, and then we'll grill them. Well, at least a few hours we'll marinate them. Then we'll grill them, and if we really want to, we'll put them on a sandwich on this onion bread we're making right here. All right. I don't care if they copyright me on this song. I'm playing it anyway. We'll just all get back together afterwards. Mama, mama, many worlds I've come since I first left home. Going home by the waterside, I will rest my bones. Listen to the river sing sweet songs to rock my soul. Gone to plant on the wing. Alright, sorry. I'd love to play that whole song, but don't want to get copyrighted all the time. God forbid I share something I like with my audience. So I just add a little bit more white wine to the onions. Now when you're defrosting something with water, make sure you do it in cold water. And all you need is a drizzle. And I mean a drizzle. Just all you need is that individual molecules of water are moving inside that. It's not stuck. Oh, there went the power. Still have my oven. My oven temperature is probably still on and going. There's no reason why the oven would go off. AJ, welcome. So we're currently testing out the viability of cooking on a stove without electricity, even though it's a gas stove. Where we're at. We also we're also about to. We got all the ingredients for making bread, and we're going to marinate some chicken breasts to grill later. If we decide to have that for dinner as sandwiches. But up until just a moment ago, the oven was fully on. Now, see, the gas is still going under there, so I have to imagine the gas, unless it has a brake on it. Timer I have over there, so I can't even tell that. Come on, bitch.
Is awesome. I love all of their stuff.
I use it just because a lot of times I just need to make like 20 chicken breasts and then grill them off and then freeze them in my vacuum seal bags so that when someone's on a protein binge, they can go in and take 4 of them at a time and eat them all. But yeah, I'm planning on probably going to make a sandwich out of that. Not originating from the stove, but it's the entire. We have an electrician supposed to be here. It's between 5 and 6 today. I called my landlord this morning when I realized that it had just gone. Because it wasn't just turning off and then on again. Now it's just going off and staying off for a good long while. And it's affecting my other machines. Like I can't use my mixer now. I have to move my mixer over this other side of the kitchen. But it's not like any of the things that are plugged in over here are on, so it's really annoying. Yeah, so it's really kind of annoying. Here's my new shirt concept. Since I can't find any more silk pajamas, optical illusion shirts. Yeah, I know. I don't know what to. We'll see what happens. Like as you said, it's probably the breaker in the breaker box that just.
That shirt is fucked up.
Doink. I got a few of them, but this is the only one that really works in this kitchen or at this lighting angle there at this moment. This was going to be my alternative to doing silk shirts but I've got other options coming too. So it's not going to just be stuck on one. It's not just going to be silk pajamas, although I really wished it could have been because that's what I normally wear all the time. The problem is I have bacon inside this oven that I guess really can't turn on and off or do its thing without a thermostat. I mean, I can't very well turn it off, can I? So it must have an auto shut off once the power went out. Oh, fuck me. Good thing bacon's already cooked. And you can finish cooking it in alternate methods. I was going to cook all induction today. In fact, I might do that by the time the electrician gets here. That way he can't give me any shit for causing, like saying, oh no, it's your fault. You could use it. See, look, you're using it here. No. I might shift everything over to an induction stove and my outdoor oven. But at least I can still caramelize onions until that time. Yeah, I wasn't going to stream it all today. I've done it.
Go flip the breaker and see if the power comes back.
I've done it twice. I even tried. I was gonna pop the breaker and switch it off with another one that isn't having a problem. But I decided that that's what I pay rent for. And in this case, there's another outlet that I've been meaning to have him come to send an electrician for a long time that's been out. And now I get an excuse to have him come look at that too. So it's a win-win for me ultimately, even though it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, I mean, the garbage disposal still works, and it's on the breaker right next to it. And that's where my hot tub's plugged.
I rarely fuck with high voltage.
Yeah. There's a guy who's got a license of some type that my landlord can sue. That isn't named me. Oh, power back. So we do see power just all of a sudden just flashed back and then disappeared again. 3 seconds. We had 3 seconds of power. I just don't know what to do about the bacon. I don't know where the bacon was. I don't know where. I guess I'm going to have to do it completely by. Oh, it's not even close. But I want to open it. We might have to induction bacon. It's fun. And we might have to move the mixer over here. Look at all these great new cameras. And all the cameras, they're not, I mean, and that's the other thing is none of the stuff like this camera, nothing to do with, or this camera, nothing to do with anything.
Try it on a hot plate.
Well, I would, but my version of a hot plate is a induction burner here, which I haven't used in forever. This is my induction burner. Need to clean it up a little. As you can tell, I haven't used it in a while. But then I'm going to plan on doing is just keeping it in the pan that it's in right now, in the oven, till the onions are done. The onions are done. If the bacon's not finished, I'll bring that pan out and I'll put that pan on top of this thing. And use that. Could put it just in a, a simple little pan, but I want to be over dramatic and make it seem like it's really affecting my lifestyle. If the electrician comes in and sees me unable to use my devices. Why is this so gross? Did someone not clean this last time? Oh no, you want in on what? Well, I guess it is close to time. There's a cat going through the cat door that I'm yelling at. Yeah, this isn't the highest quality induction, but I'm pretty sure I got it for free. Oh, that's my bacon timer. Telling me that my bacon is... Well, hey Siri, turn off timer. Not you, Siri.
There are no timers set.
Yeah, she'll just listen when I talk to you. Don't make up shit. What happened? So this is my induction burner. I'm pretty sure I got it free when I bought some pots and pans. That's why it's not what you'd call the most sophisticated device on earth. Nor have I ever been a big fan of induction cooking, because the second you lift the pan up, the second you lift the pan off the hot plate, it turns the fucking thing off. So you have to sit there and you can't like do a lot of the pan techniques that you're taught by watching professional chefs. All right, we're getting some decent color on these. Make a little drop more wine. Give them a few more sugars to caramelize. As I said, I sometimes I would actually put sugar. I have a feeling this onion's nice and sweet all on its own. Anyway, so we're going to keep this off to the side here in case I need it. Finish off the bacon. seeing as how the entire show is an afterthought, it would be hard to decide when the show is complete. Oh, still working on chicken, aren't I? So, obviously, I'll have to move that at the time when I need it. It's nice to have an adaptable kitchen. You don't actually need everything that you use in it. Let's go to... My camera numbering system is just atrocious. It just doesn't make any sense at all. So, were you playing Breachers, as I guessed earlier, when you weren't around? That was my theory, is that you were playing Breachers. Boom, 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 boom. Everything in my body and mind makes me want me to make a poolish or a bega or something. But all it keeps telling me is that all I'll end up doing is just dirtying up a plate or a bowl that I'll need to clean up. When this whole KitchenAid thing was designed so that you didn't have to do that. So you didn't have to do shit. You didn't have to have one bowl. Bacon, mix in everything.
His luck. So, working in the yard. Now that spring is almost here, there is always something.
Well, I bet you have a compatriot in catching Chase who's been putting in a new irrigation system in our flower bed, which is over and above the last 3 weeks he's spent planting like hundreds of bulbs. Apparently I was supposed to help with something, and then I accidentally started streaming. Oops. Oh well, can't stop midstream. By law, I have to finish at least the bread. Everything else can go by the wayside. Is there a VR yard gardening or yard maintenance game yet? Because I could see people just lining up to ride different riding mowers and fighting with the different insects and the different things in their yard to keep their yard growing. Miracle Grow could sponsor the whole fucking thing. Be on your phone. Another billion dollar idea. Gone. Came and went. No one paid attention. $1 billion just washed away from the world's economy. But I do want to play that Breachers sometime very soon. with actual humans and see if it's something I can do. Man, right now my knees.
His luck. I follow a Twitch channel called Lawn Mowing Simulator. It's fantastic.
I'm surprised it's not VR. Everything is a VR simulator. What the hell's going on to my toe here? Hold on. Something radically painful is happening, and I don't know why. That's not where the pain is. There's nothing painful here. How are you just causing me so much incredible pain? Ow! Ah, hell. It's a back thing. Gotta love that. You ever had pains that you know aren't where they are? Even though it might hurt like right the hell at the tip of your toe? Yeah, that's not where the pain is. Pain's about 3.5 feet up, middle of your back. Just wanted to ruin your day. Didn't want to let you know where. Kind of a surprise. This is a really weird one. I mean, I'd swear that if you didn't tell me, I would have believed that I broke one of my toes. Oh, pain's pain. I've had pain before. I'm sure I'll have other pains again in the future. I had to be. Yeah, we're not cooking bacon in here anymore, apparently. All right. Well, like I said, once we finish off with the onions, we're going to finish the bacon off in that pan, since at least I have control. All right. The only real issue is whether or not, if the electrician calls while I'm having my outdoor camera on, my iPhone camera, obviously.
J_74_. His luck. I also follow some heavy equipment companies on Instagram. They are quickly moving to remote operated, which is interesting.
Well,
Large dirt and rock haulers are really interesting.
that makes a lot of sense, actually, the more you say it. I mean, there's absolutely no reason why there should be a human at all in one of those rock quarries. It's just a giant, mining simulator with remote control toys in it, if you look at it from that perspective. So, yeah, I could see that. I could see a lot of that shit going totally remote control. But I mean, because that's those are places where you don't have to deal with the regular.
His luck. It's amazing.
Yep. Someone was telling me they had wandered onto someone's Twitch stream. Someone built. His regular job was working like at a Home Depot or something, but he had built for himself in his house a 2D based semi rig that he would get home from his job and he'd get in his rig and he would just drive on a photorealistic highway on this, the whole thing. When he'd shift gears, the whole thing would, do all the things it's supposed to do. And that's just the game. That was his, I mean, I kind of get it when someone does that with like a cockpit of an F-18, or if they do it with a spaceship cockpit or something, but you can just go be a trucker.
his luck. Simulators for everything these days.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Candy Crush is trying to teach us all, because the entire universe seems to be arranged around versions of Tetris and Candy Crush, or basically the old Connect 4. And I'm wondering if there's something that, if there's some kind of computer that AI has already invented that just needs people in it to basically play Candy Crush all day to align molecules or, you know, make it work properly. That's my guess. Yeah. Yeah, I'm eating in 2 days or a day. I'm going to get drunk pretty quick. Hope I'm not too drunk to deal with my electrician. Or hope he's just drunk enough to deal with me. So without any artificial light over here. Hey Siri, turn kitchen lights to 100%. There we go. I usually keep the lights, if you can see, if I keep my regular lights up, they wash out the entire kitchen in the back. But that doesn't help anything. Hey Siri, turn kitchen lights to 30%. As you can see, it's a much more pleasant color palette for your eyes to deal with. And although I don't have a direct light now here, because the overhead light from the stove has been affected, well, I mean, we're all suffering.
AJ_74_.
His luck.
All right.
Got some things to do. We'll be back.
Well, I'm at least 2.5 hours still in, so come and go as you please. I'm around. Enjoy the things you got to do, unless they're horrible things, and then hate them, I guess.
The snaps and the trotters first, the loins and groins are soon dispersed. His carving style is well and shows all his figures. Oh.
God, I'm horrible at this. It's not uncooking, it's just not continuing to cook. I am slow cooking bacon, which is a weird thing. All right, the onions are actually getting to a pretty good color. Now, the very first thing we're going to have to do once we do that is take the onions out, is we're going to throw them in a bowl, strictly to cool them. Well, the torture never stops. The torture never stops. How many chicken doing? Big, thick chicken breasts do not defrost anywhere near as quickly as bacon, for instance, or anything with a lot of fat in it. Oh, yeah, as far as our earlier conversations that AJ and I were having about the grill mates. I've become a big fan of things like these because some are more useful than others. I heard a beep. I thought I had power for a second. Oh, never mind. Things you might not think you would want to have or might hurt your game can actually really up it in a lot of ways. For example, these grill mates really work for chicken. This can make an incredible mixture for a chicken burger. If you beef stroganoff, I keep that on hand. This and Swedish meatballs, because honestly,
His life.
you can do so much if you have things that are bases that have a lot of the things that you really need, like this beef stew and this beef marinade. I did a hanger steak with this beef marinade the other day that honestly, it was one of the better steaks I've ever eaten in my life. It's up there at least, but I mean, as far as inexpensive, you know. Oh, and also you have more flavors here. We can go with the mesquite here. And like I said, what I do a lot of times is I'll just take a buttload of chicken that I've got, and I'll open up a packet, and I will put all of it in there, marinate it all up, grill it real quick, grill it off, then let the chicken breasts cool off, and then I stick them in these individual bags that Food Saver gives you, or that sells you, I guess is the better term to use. And then you put in like 2 chicken breasts inside that, vacuum seal, freeze it, then vacuum seal the whole thing. And then you've got a grilled piece of chicken that's pre-marinated, tastes like you got it, you know, from any of the great restaurants in the world. From the standpoint of what you know you're working with there. But that's one way, especially like if I somehow ended up where I was the guardian or parent of 3 growing boys, oh, you can trust me, there would be just racks and racks of cooked, pre-seasoned, pre-grilled chicken. There would be pre-made Swedish meatballs. Stroganoff I might wait on. Chicken out taco, that kind. But even the beef stew. I've made beef stew occasionally once or twice. where I literally get to the very end and I try to taste it, and it doesn't taste like beef stew, not even a little bit. And I didn't miss a step. Something about the beef that I'm using, some part of it was lacking in something. And you can save yourself. You can save yourself $10 worth of ingredients by adding $1 worth of spice pack. And you know me, I'm not the one to say that by any stretch of the imagination should you not get every possible spice ever invented by man. Those are just the spices that fit in these two cabinets and this one down here. All I can say is, if you have everything, you can cook anything. I mean, it seems almost stupid to say out loud, but it's true. Speaking of that, I need more of those back in bags. All right, so I was going to use this garlic tomato because I haven't tried this one personally. The mesquite one I've tried many times on both chicken and beef, and they're great. The mojito lime, not a big fan. Because I tried doing the same thing with burgers, kind of pre-seasoning burger meat patties so that I could just throw them on quickly and have myself a quick, decent tasting burger. Well, the grilled mojito does not taste all that great on a burger. Only not the hard way. But not everything is a win. Oh, here we go. Now we're getting some decent color here. Very decent color. I'm going to throw one more, because I really want to sweeten these up. I'm going to throw one more little douse of red wine on there, or white wine. Actually, red wine's not a horrible idea. We'll see. You know, come to think of it, the fact that my gas stove doesn't turn off during a power outage is both refreshing and disturbing at the same time. It means every idiot who doesn't know that their gas stove is not connected to their power would think that their stove turned off when it didn't. Now, their oven may have turned off like mine did, obviously, which is good. I'm glad. I mean, from a safety standpoint, that's smart, but certainly still annoying. So, I'm going to properly prepare a marinade for something like chicken. Well, the reality is, it's not as simple as you might think. You want to do well. Fact is, every spice, everything out there in the world is pretty much susceptible to the few solvents that are out there in the world. And there are basically, in the cooking world, 3 solvents that really matter. 1, water. Everybody uses water. Water is a good solvent. Most things dissolve in it. Almost everything, in fact. That's why they use it so much. Things that don't dissolve in water, guess what they do dissolve in? Alcohol. And in this case, a little tequila. Not going to hurt nothing. I'm not going to use enough to make any flavor. All I'm going to do is I'm going to use enough to take whatever spices inside this spice mix may still be left. The third liquid, if you want to call it such, most people call fat, or oil, or butter. There's a lot of ways you could describe it, but basically it's the third thing that can dissolve things, really, in an object, other than, now we're not getting into acids and all that, because yes, lemon juice, and I might actually put a little lemon juice or lime juice into this, since it is a tomato, garlic, basil. Maybe I'll just leave it alone. But so for this, I'll take this pouch, and we are going to dissolve it in first a little alcohol and then a little water. So first we're going to put a little alcohol in here. Not a whole lot. We're not trying to get drunk here. We're just trying to hydrate all those spices and get the alcohol to bring out whatever it can that the water that I'm about to add to it won't. And then water. Because it's tomato, basil, and rosemary, instead of putting what may be a typical lemon juice, for the acid, I'm going to put a little red wine vinegar. Not a lot. And we'll probably add more water before we actually end up getting it out of here, but right now I just want all those little particles of powders to absorb every ounce of the 3 liquids I just added into there. The oil will come last, and it'll happen in real time when we actually do it. Ultimately, what I will end up doing, we're going to take these things, we're going to put them into a Ziploc bag, and then I'm going to use a little bit of water, probably warm water. No, just regular cold water because I don't want to cook it. Maybe even wine. Might even rinse it out with a little wine because it's got water and alcohol in it. In fact, I'll just use one. All right. And since it already said there was garlic in it, might as well add a little more garlic. I mean, because when did you ever have something and say, God, I wish there was more garlic in that? I've said that a lot. But when have you ever said, oh, God, there's too much garlic? I don't think once. Maybe never. All right. So, my onions, I feel, are ready. Like that. Fine, I'll give you your own camera for this business. Let's see. 2 and 1. All right. So, here are our caramelized onions. As you can see, it has taken us from pretty much the beginning of this damn thing about an hour and a half to get to a decent, reasonable caramelized onion that isn't been made artificially. Now, what I am going to do is I'm going to throw it on this little plate here. because we need to cool them down. They can't go into the bread dough hot. Oh yeah, I'm using this pan for something else. Look at me forgetting things. So unlike me. Alright, so spread this nice and thin. Let the air get to it so it can cool off as quickly as it can. Put it on this little metal pan thing because it can dissipate heat pretty quick. Put it right here in this little pan right here. See that, right like that. We have some bacon to finish, don't we? All right, we do. So, although I don't have a way to start my oven back up without a match, I can indeed still cook. All right. All right, so we still have fire. We're good to go there. Time to deal with the bacon. All right, big pan coming out of oven, going right here. Transfer bacon over to it. Save whatever bacon fat is available. In the meantime, without doing that. Okay. Got a lot of shit going on over here. Maybe the best way to see things. All right, so this pan still getting hot. This bacon, not so much. Has rendered some lovely bacon fat for us. So, at least for that, we will thank it. But by no means did we finish cooking the bacon. So, we'll be finishing it off in the pan. Screw this in between plate. Let me just get an idea what temperatures we're dealing with here. We're still good. All right, so we're good to go. This is not how I typically cook bacon. So if my landlord's watching, it's his fault that his building burnt down. Yeah, as far as the arrangement goes, there's no reason to this other than just me kind of having fun. Yay. No wonder I don't cook bacon like this. It's annoying. Yep. Got these 3 old pieces of bacon. They're going in there too. I'll just put you into the last pieces. I don't mean old. Old, when I say old bacon, that means it's maybe a day old. Not really such a thing as old bacon in this house. Alright, well, this is now usable bacon. It may be not the bacon that I had chosen, but it was the bacon I deserved. And these are 3 pieces of older bacon, like I said, 2 days ago. Just freshen it up. All right, well, we did that part. We're getting closer to making bread, I'll tell you that. I'm going to have to move my mixer, though. That's for damn sure. My bacon fat is fatty and yummy looking. All right. So this is not at all how I would normally cook bacon. It is still good. So, what was I going to do in this pan? Anything? No, I need to move everything. Move over, move over. See if there's any bacon fat left saving. Not telling you how to live your life, but it does make it easier if you clean up along the way. Especially if you don't have an Uncle Bear hiding around the corner. Which I sometimes do, and I sometimes don't. All right. We are so close to doing stuff that matters. I hardly know where to begin. All right. So we're into bread making. Got a feeling. Oh, like I said, I'm going to have to move my few devices around because of the current electrical situation. Hello, mixer. There we go. Happy as a clam over here. It's news home over here. That's its new home. I know. I got it close to its other home as possible. Alrighty. First step. I need some warm water. So, defrosting chicken. Take a break. Hot water. Come on down. Oh, hello there, little buddy. My hands are too wet to pet you in a loving way. Hello, Slinky. What you doing, my baby? What time is it? Is it dinner time? It is very close to dinner time. Alright. I'm guessing that my water is now warm enough. And I'm wrong. Oh, well, that's a thing to think about. My inline water heater may be on this fucking same circuit. My inline water heater is definitely on the same circuit. That changes things slightly. Huh. Are you on? Or are you off? What the fuck are you, and how come I never noticed you until like recently? Obviously part of it. But you always work perfectly up until now. I'd say we would have to make water the old-fashioned way using the electric kettle, but the electric kettle plugged into the same freaking wall. All right, electric kettle. Time for you to move. Where, you might say. So many options. So many. Now, how is this fucking circuit still alive? I have no idea. You know, there's another way to heat water. And I get the induction burner too, falls so. Alright. So I'm going to have to build my own hot water. God, it's like ancient times. The cavemen used to have to do. So, the biggest trick with this is actually making it not too freaking hot. What? Fine, fine, fine. You can make bread. That's not the cat. Yeah, that's the cat butter. You know the difference. Trying to sneak one on me like it would work. And I don't care what anybody says about the fact that my cat just walked right in the middle of my cutting board. Because she could lie down right there, and I could pet her for an hour, and I still wouldn't wipe it down for a second before continuing to cook. Because guess what? It's my kitty. I'm pretty sure she puts her foot in my mouth when I'm sleeping. Don't you? Don't you, little baby girl. And out of love, not out of spite. Okay, little spite. Little love. All right, so... Fuck. So now I have to make sure that my water isn't over temp. That's even harder than getting it to the right temp. Well, one thing... Oh, shit. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to temp this. Fuck me. Fine. Forgot I was trying to temp the frickin'... Yes, I could take it to a bathroom in the house and do it that way. Alright. So I have to temper the bowl. I forgot about that part. Part of tempering the bowl is getting it up to the basic ambient temperature you want to be baking around, which is in the 110 range. High humidity. Good temperature to be baking in as far as rising and all that kind of crap goes. Well, you don't look all that happy. Mr. Basil in the corner. Mr. Jalapeno, you gonna come back to us or no? Looks like Mr. Mint is doing just fine. Because Mint knows that I'm not a huge fan. Of course that's working well. And keep this over here. So it's slightly warmer so that I don't shock the fuck out of it when I do add the very hot water to it. Keep an eye on, I guess, a little better. Where's my laser? There it is. Stop breaking things, me. I've only had 1.5 drinks and 20 technical problems. That's nowhere near enough to faze me. Way hotter than it was a second ago. Why am I boiling this water for? I'm doing this water too. Alright, that's 160 degree water. And this is 130 degree water. This is the water I need. Alright. I'm going to take the 160 degree water and pour it into here. in an attempt to warm up the entire vessel, using its lid to facilitate that very fact. Spin it around, not as actively as I just did. So, very hot water now. Trying to get the vessel's temperature. Okay, the vessel's temperature is way, way hot enough. So we're done with that. Alright, we can go to the ingredients. Meaning the flour and sugar. The yeast, the salt, and whatever rest sugar that I might have had lying around. Now, trick is I want to put in water that is close to 100 and talking about 3 3/4 cup of water, but we can't have it to be too freaking hot. Or we'll have to just drizzle it in, which is my plan here. So we got this as saying this is all pretty warm. If that yeast touched the outside of the bowl right now, it would kill it. What I was doing over there was I was just spraying the dough hook with some baking spray. Basically, ham. Now, I usually have these kinds of problems. So, just mix all the ingredients together slowly. I'm going to keep an eye on the temperature of this water until I get it down to a relatively decent temperature that I don't mind. Right now it's way too hot. Yeah. It's about 20 degrees too hot, which I could slowly allow this to sort of absorb, and I probably will. Just putting in a very small amount at a time. Letting that heat dissipate so it doesn't kill off all the yeast. Don't forget we got the onion powder. That's going to help to add to the flavor of this whole thing. I just put in a good, almost a tablespoon, I guess. A little garlic powder. Probably about a teaspoonish. A little more water. Oh, the onions. I gotta add all the onions. Forgot about that. The onions are nice and cool as compared to everything else. So we're just gonna turn everything off for a second. And just pop all these onions in. Now, this is gonna change the amount of water we're ultimately gonna need to put into here. The only way to really tell is to do it kind of slowly and kind of keep your eyes on it. And wait till it looks like a dough. I mean, that's really the only thing I have to say about it. I'm gonna go grab my outside camera in case the plumber or the electrician decides to call. I'm gonna shut down outdoor cam for a moment. So we're now just keeping this camera here, or this phone here, in case my electrician calls. Now, like I said, unfortunately, I wish I had the better cameras on here right now, because this is really the important part as far as deciding when your flower is still hydrating versus it being totally hydrated. Like right now, it looks like it's still hydrating, and although it looks like there's some dry stuff in there, it is certainly still, the flower in there is certainly absorbing the moisture coming from every angle. So we're going to keep moving it. It looks like it needs it all. Add a little more water. There's still a little more from the recipe left. Not that I'm really following a recipe at this point. Oh god, I'm in the absolute worst position. Guess I could turn this a little. See, now we're getting it's climbing up the dough hook. That's good. We're picking up all the extra crap off the sides of the walls. That's good. I might have just nailed it here. You know, and what I've noticed is with experience, the more bread you make, the more you realize when you're in the right zone or not. And although this doesn't look exactly like any other bread I've made, I know that I'm in the right place. Moisture and just general adhesion to the bowl wise. Now, unfortunately, this is when I would normally have been turning the oven on to 350 to heat this whole back area. Fortunately, we still have some residual heat that should be able to maintain for the good hour I need to do for a solid rise. So I'm just going to let this wrap around because I'm happy with the hydration right now. There's a little stuck to the walls there that I'm hoping it'll pick up in the next pass or two. That's what you see me sticking my fingers down in there trying to get it to do. If I can get it, just wrap it around one more time and pick up the majority of the leftovers. I won't have to put that much flour at the bottom. And we'll get a nice moist loaf at the end. Oh, we are looking good. Just beat this shit up. There we go. Come on, pick up that little piece. There's just a little piece there in the corner. You know you want it. There you go. You got it. Now you got it. All right. Hydration complete. So we get rid of this thing. It's done its job. Flour up your hands a little. Grab your dough. Warm it up a little. Get your bowl the fuck off here. Take a little flour, dust the inside, and just gonna keep just rolling around until, I don't know, I feel like I always am twisting the back sides, pulling the front side forward until you get a nice, we got a lot of nice onion in here. So, here you go. Just a little flour on the top. Put the top on it. Get a nice warm corner. Right here's good. And we set a timer for an hour. Not a whole lot else we can do about that. That's just how long it's going to take. How the fuck am I going to bake this thing? Oh shit. How to bake this thing. That was really dumb of me from step one. Alright. Alright, I guess we're going for option ZZX28B12. What we're calling the worst option on Earth. No, not the worst option on Earth. Okay. Forgive my hyperbole. The second worst option. Oh wait, we got power again. I just saw something flash. How do you have power but everybody else doesn't? No, it was a lie. You are lying to me. You're a lie. Like I said. Alright, well, I need to keep my stone here for now. So, here comes option awful. I don't even know if option awful is going to work. Never even considered it as an option until just this moment. It only works if that fits. Fuck. Interesting. All those who don't understand what I'm finding interesting, please join me here. Camera 5 or camera 2 and 1. Let's make it 3 and 1. Okay. So, this is yield outdoor extra oven in case of emergencies. The reality is it doesn't need to bake in that. I can Dutch oven it. God. Yeah, let's just make everything more pain in the ass. I wasn't in the mood for being in the pain in the ass, but then pain in the ass happened, and then I realized, oh my god, I almost missed out. All right, so here's the deal. On the last stage of the rise, we will, instead of taking this bread and putting it into this big, bulky, freaking monstrosity of a thing, which is evidently tall and compensating for something. Boink. So the bread, which is in here, rising. We'll let it do its rise in here. We'll do both rises in here. But when we go for final bake, we'll throw it into this puppy. That puppy will fit into that puppy. Hell, it might even fit with the rack in. Decide where I want to put this thing. I guess we'll cook this outside. Oop, my phone sounded like it beeped. Really? That was the piece of information I need right this second, is that my Puddle's AirTag battery is low. Did I put a timer on the rise on this? I did not. All right. So that's what we're timering on right there. There we are. Suppose I could put a countdown clock on top of you. Make it more fun for the simple folk. There we go. That's how long that needs to rise. Shit, I can't. Got nowhere to be. Everything has gone to hell. And I was running the boat. Chicken breast field defrosted. That's good. All right, well, chicken breasts are going to go into something then. Let's go over here. I know I have a camera. Oh, let's see. 3 and 5. There we go. See, my camera. What am I doing with that? I'm sticking those into the marinade of the Not in that bag, I'm not. In this bag, I am. So basically, just taking these pieces of chicken that I just defrosted, throwing these into a Ziploc bag and not spill goo all over everything. Oops, failed at one point. Just going to.
Islam. I do love your shirt.
Well, thank you.
Making me dizzy.
That is my one and only goal in life. Is to make you dizzy in as many ways as humanly possible. Right. Alrighty, so chicken, goo, a little bit of water. So we're going to pour the goo in first. Get as much of the spice out as we can. And take whatever water we have left over. And stir that. Excuse me, everyone, a moment. Something very loud just happened. I don't believe it was dangerous, but I need to go check. You alright? You okay? All good. Just random construction noises in the neighborhood. Apparently. So they say. I don't know if I should believe them anymore. They seem like a lot of criminals in my neighborhood. Alright. So, we're taking these chicken breasts that we defrosted, and we stuck in that Grill Mate seasoning. I'm going to take that in the one bowl I need. Alright, so these chicken breasts we're going to go and throw in the fridge with this marinade. Remember, it's got it started with a little tequila, just to let some of the alcohol soluble flavors get out, and then we added water to finish it off, just like the instructions. And now we're just going to kind of flip it around for the next 4 hours to 24 hours here in my firmament. A lot of hamburger in here. Make something out of hamburger. Forgot about my extra hamburger. Well, be careful when you order hamburger that the person knows that the hamburger you're ordering isn't the hamburger that you already ordered and then are now reordering because you never saw it in the first place. Because guess what happens? You end up with way too much hamburger. Probably could figure that out without my fancy math, but all right, so this looks kind of good now, actually, for when my guy comes. It looks like I've been working over here because I had to, because nothing was working on the other side, which is still how we're going to have to cook the bread, but at least I have a solution at this point. Oh, I could really use to go outside. I'm just going to put you on an intermission timer. I don't have the effort to take it home. Well, I need to keep my phone active in case the electrician called. Oh, my power came on for 1 second. I heard it. It beeped. So, how to let you, I guess I could watch my own stream. My thing here. That way, if anybody tries to chat at me, I can see it. You hungry, boo-boo? Alright, well, you do get first call. Dinner time it is for the kitties. Hello, Slinky. Yoink. Yoink. And if you haven't been around for my theory on cats, I want to make sure you never have fat cats. Always keep them fed. In my case, feed them each twice a day. At the same time, not like each one twice a day at separate times during the day. That would be hysterical. But feed them each a can of their very own in a separate bowl, and a decent variety, and keep their bowls full. Your cat will never overeat because it will never have the understanding or the concept of hunger. It will always know that when it wants food, it goes to a place that food exists. If it sees its brother or sister eating, it doesn't mind. Knows it's going to get a turn. A lot of times it waits for its second turn. Because they know that maybe one cat's at the better bowl. They can just sort of see because of the color or the texture that that's the one they prefer. So they'll wait. Sometimes they like to get together and fight and watch me cook in the mornings. Gets them up in their mornings. They like to do their little wrestling match before food. But not one of them is even slightly overweight. I've never had an overweight cat my entire life. And I have always fed my cats in this manner. Now, if I happened to come across a cat that had some sort of anxiety that required it to eat more because of some sort of social anxiety it was overcoming, well, obviously I would do my best to identify that egg. My baby boy, baby girl. Yummy. You're happy. So that's the reality of that. All right, I'm gonna take one break real quick, and I'll be back. So, yep, that's the time we're waiting on right there. Unfortunately, that's just on the first rise of the bread. We still have to stretch, knead, and do a second rise. Then we need to bake it. There's going to be the trick. We're going to see if the guy shows up on time. Or to prove that Howard Stark's axiom that everything is achievable through technology, through science. Like I said, we do have alternatives. There are just untested alternatives at this point. Yeah, I think my body would enjoy an out of bound. Or 12. That's not out of bound. Give me the Razapam. That'll help. I'm not sure what, but that'll help.
What kind of onions we use?
We are using Maui Sweets. I'd use Vidalia, but we live in the wrong part of the country and wrong season of the year for those. But Maui Sweets are almost as good as Vidalia's. We're having some electrical problems. My entire oven area is completely dead. So we're doing secondary and tertiary cooking methods. If you've just joined us, that's what this whole bowl here is about.
Is light. Close enough.
I'm guessing you're a Vidalia fan, which who wouldn't be? I mean, no one's a Walla Walla fan. Well, you might be. I don't know. So when are we going to have our deep intellectual conversation about the nature of religion, existence, and such?
Atheist_bro.
Islam.
Yeah.
Hush Team Vidalia.
Anybody with a mouth should be Team Vidalia, I would imagine. Anybody who says like, "Oh no, Maui Sweets are better than Vidalia," yeah, they're wrong. And you can even not like Georgia and still say that because it just has nothing to do. It's just the ground they walk on. But yeah, Vidalia's. I grew up in South Florida, so Vidalias were my first sweet onion and probably my only true love. I'll take a Maui sweet because it's better than a Walla Walla Washington sweet. That's for sure.
Islam. I'm on Orlando Soul.
Ah, there you go. Yeah, I grew up in South Florida in Fort Lauderdale. My mother actually lives very close to you in a retirement village near Orlando-ish, kind of. My brother and my nephew, or my brother and my niece live in Fort Lauderdale still. The rest of the family all ditched the Florida area. Got some in South Carolina, one in New York, one in Ohio, one here in California with me, and then my oldest brother who's in Northern California, which is like a whole, it's about the difference between South Florida and North Florida, state-wise. And then I have an actual real live uncle who's lives in Idaho, owns half of a ski mountain, and all he does is quits his job every year and skis for 6 months of the year, then goes back to. Apparently, he's a very good restaurant designer for things like military bases and airports and shit like that. So, I guess when you make yourself valuable in one way, you can do whatever the fuck you want with the rest of your life. I'm learning that. I think I learned it from him. But when you're making onion bread, I do agree with the fact that you probably do need to add a little more onion flavor than just the onion's going to give you. So I did put a little just, off the rack onion powder, a little off the rack garlic powder, punch it up. I could have probably done even a little bit more with some, just variations on onion like chives, crap like that. But
Islam.
yes.
Did you caramelize the onions first?
Yeah, we cooked the onions for approximately 1 hour and 40 minutes before we incorporated them into the bread dough. We'll take a quick peek at the bread dough real quick. Yeah, it's hard to see. And you don't really want to disturb it. I want to keep all that moisture and temperature inside there right now. My bowl's still more or less warm. See, the problem is right now my oven would be my sort of warming zone. I'm actually going to have to set up my extra oven that I keep for, like if I'm having a big party and I need to have a turkey, a ham, and a pork loin all freaking ready for service simultaneously. I've got this little outdoor plug-in oven, which is what I'm going to have to use. I'm hoping that the electrician will show up. Why?
I got your warming zone right here.
Yeah. Well, guess where you aren't? You're in Orlando, which isn't here, and you can't warm shit from here. So although I appreciate the support, it's really pretty useless. Um, no, I'm hoping. Here's my goal. My goal is that I've got my outdoor oven, my thing, and I'm making bread, and I'm doing it all outside, and I'm doing it all on like extended extension cords, so that the electrician realizes that I'm not fucking around here. Better fix this damn thing because I have important shit going on. I've got fans. I've got atheist bro just standing here looking at me laughing. I'm humiliated. Would you be willing to say in a defamation suit that you felt that I was humiliated by the fact that my oven didn't work so that I could then sue people for $1 billion.
His luck.
Exactly. I am mortified.
To say the least.
In front of my hero, Atheist Bro. And everybody who knows me growing up, of course, Atheist Bro would be my hero. Agnostic Bro is my true hero because when it comes right down to it, atheist, you really can't prove atheism any more than you can prove any other religion. So there is only one real answer, agnostic. You just don't know, and it just didn't matter even if you did. So I like the name, and I've always been on your side, and I am 99.9999999% sure you're right. But you can't be a legitimate human with the ability for argument without realizing that maybe one guy, one of the 8 billion that has lived over time in any significant amount. So let's add them all up together. Let's say 800 billion thinkers.
His luck.
I just don't think anyone, maybe one guy got it right, 100 out of all of them, maybe. So that's why you have to call it, that's why I have to. And I've been in arguments with my niece. My niece does not like it at all, but
His luck. Then we should be Arisis, Onicornis then.
all right, I see your point. No, I actually like this angle. This is an angle that no one's brought up to me. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Just like we have to be Anna spaghetti giant invisible spaghetti monstrists. The reality is, not only could we never tell or know, but it really doesn't matter. So that's where that agnostic whole concept. There's that weird, very funny episode of South Park where all the kids were forced into a foster home run by agnostics, where the only thing they could drink was Dr. Pepper because what flavor is it? No one knows. No, it's not there's no flavor. You can't say it's a flavor because no one knows. So Diet Pepper, or Dr. Pepper is the agnostic soda. It is a very funny episode if you've never seen it. But yeah, the argument I've had with every person who believes in a religion is obviously this. What makes you believe that you were lucky enough to be born to the right people in the right period of history, in the right time where humans had cognitive enough understanding to conceive of a god or something higher, and then to believe that even though virtually everyone but yourself
His luck. I'm
knows
a pepper, you're a pepper.
that everybody but yourself is wrong, and you just got lucky enough to be born into this. I mean, we're not talking that you had a 20-year sort of internship where you got to study all comparative religions and then decide for yourself which one was right. No, you're just going with the fact that you were born into the right one. And and I've got a brother-in-law who claims all kinds of crap after he says he talked to the Lord about it. He makes a lot of bad decisions for a guy who's talking to the Lord all the time. I would think the Lord would be a lot better at a lot of shit than he's pulled off. So either he's not talking to the Lord, which is probably true, or he's just hearing what he wants to hear and blaming the Lord when his life goes bad. Like most fucking, oh my God, I got power back in my stove. I might be able to cook my bread. I don't even know if I want to, but I really do. I do. We still got a good hour away before that happens because we still have to have the second rise after I do the dough pulling. But You know, the fact that the idea of the Matrix style universe or the pre programmed universe existing.
Would you like to be a pepper too?
Aquí están descobrar.
Islam. Yeah, it's a dice roll. They happen to be brought up in the religion they based on time period and geography. I use that argument as well.
Well, just for you, because I know you're here, and I've always wanted to have a kind of one-on-one with you on this particular matter. Because I feel we have a. Okay, at about 14, I decided that God didn't exist, and I realized it from this thing that it used to be that there was all kinds of gods. There was a multitude of gods. There was the god of the river. There was the god of the storm. There was the god of sun. There was the god of smoke. There was the god of blah 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 blah. But as science progressed and the world moved on, it came down to there were only three questions left. Where do we come from? Why are we here? And what happens after we die? And those are the only three questions. Those are the only three questions that science has not been able to even remotely touch. Where do we come from? Boy, they're working hard on it, but it really doesn't matter much without why or you know why or where or how. So the last three questions be where do we come from? Why are we here? And what happens after we die? And conveniently, what is the most prevalent of the Christian religions? Catholicism. And how do they always break down their world? And in fact, even most Christian religions break it down into the Trinity. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Well, where do we come from? The Father. Why are we here? The Son. And what happens after we die? The Holy Spirit. Okay, so there they go. They've just taken those stupid three questions.
Islam.
Exactly.
What happens when we die is exactly what happened before we were born.
So, in my mind, the only reason for the existence of any gods is to answer the questions we don't know. The word God to me has always been, I don't know. Just why is this God? And then that just says, oh, I don't know yet. Meaning, to me, in my mind, that's like science saying, way to start looking thing.
That's called the God of the Gaps argument.
Exactly. So that's why we're stuck right now with almost all religions being, and I love how Catholicism calls itself monotheistic when they believed in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and they still worship Mary Magdalene and Mary, Mother of God. I mean, they are so far off track, it isn't even funny. But then you get into the hardcore Baptists and all that they are just, I mean, I can't wait to be arrested for something only to be sit in front of a judge and tell him, are you really going to tell me that I'm going to be judged by a bunch of people who believe that a Jello monster is in control of their lives? That's that Cookie Monster and Foghorn Leghorn got together and formed a council, and that's the definition of what the universe is now from now on, and I have to live to that. I mean, I'm going to make them prove any moralistic argument in a court by legal standards because it's absolutely absurd that we still live in the world that we live in, and it's going to kill us all. It's coming close. We're getting back to that where we're going to have to start killing off all the ultra stupid people. I used to call them ultra religious, but the reality is, I've never met a smart person who's religious.
Aquí están descobrar.
Islam. What can be inserted without evidence and can be dismissed without evidence? It's up the one making a claim to provide the evidence. If something is unknown, it's simple unknown till science figures it out. We don't have to fill the gap with nonsense in the meantime.
Exactly. I mean, I have, and I think it's important that every intelligent person take all the information about the universe that they can shove into their face and come up with a picture of the universe that makes sense to them. Now, mine is very simple. I picture the universe as being starting out as a beam of light. It was at one just a point in existence, but then it took from one dimension into two and made a beam of light. So that beam of light is traveling at the speed of light. Now, everything at all times, including you and me right now, are traveling at the speed of light. But the difference is, at some point, like in a particle accelerator, someone shot something at this beam of light, like an electron in a particle accelerator, and smashed it, and a bubble burst off into the world. And that and what it created by going from that one beam of light into this bubble, it created the third dimension of depth and width and all that, but it also created time, which is that the amount of the incalculable, immeasurable distance between this instant and this next instant. Just like you can't actually calculate the distance between this object and another object without giving yourself a definable, measurable unit. You can't do that with time either until you define what that measurable unit is. Now, we have discovered that speed and time are relative, so probably things at one portion of it are traveling time-wise at a different speed, because basically it's all taking the speed of light and then subtracting how many other directions it's going in, be it x, y versus just z, or x, y plus time, which would be another sort of like an eddy. You know, if you ever see like in a whitewater rapids, and you see water coming around a rock, and it comes into this little weird eddy, and it just sits there, and it just going, and nothing's really, it seems like there's nothing going on, but there's a lot going on. That's what I think a lot of what we are. I think that the strings, the vibrating strings of matter, the 6 quarks that develop that produce all of existence, that those things are just eddies of that initial smack on the individual light stream. So that's how I'm pretty. So now my view of that and my idea of that and whether or not and my belief in it answers so many questions in my universe that are useful to me and make it easy for me to exist in the world, and I can then absorb other ideas and I can work with them in and around my other thoughts. Do I say that I'm correct? No. I am guessing just as much as the guy who guessed that we're a giant world on the back of a space turtle that's been hovering around for 15 billion years and slowly is wandering around the ballsack of Vishnu, for all I know. I don't know, whatever ideas. But that's my picture of the universe. That's how I go from day to day and know that I have at least some understanding of the universe around me. Because it does allow for a lot of change, and I can accept new information, and I can take that new information, interpret it into my current understanding of the universe, and keep my understanding growing, even though, I don't know, I think the last big growth in my mental understanding of the universe was probably Brian Greene's The Elegant Universe. But anyway, always wanted to have that conversation with the atheist. I'm sure you probably tagged out. Brian Greene is good.
Islam. Brian Greene is good.
And it's funny because I've developed a lot of my understanding of the universe based on his Elegant Universe book. But I tried to read his next book where he started trying to say that there's 11 parallel universes, and and that if they ever touch, that's a new Big Bang. It started just getting too mathy. But again, I don't think I'm as right as well. I think I'm way righter than every Baptist minister is about everything. But I am not saying that I'm way righter than, say, Galileo or Copernicus or Aristotle or even St. Augustine was about how.
Islam.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Christopher
mm-hmm.
Hitchens, Richard Dawkins, Carl Sagan, Daniel Dennett, Sam Harris, etc. are gold.
Yes, they are. And I have read all of those. I would also include Isaac Asimov. Um, in a weird way, though, and I have a love-hate with this guy, but Orson Scott Card. They just have grasps of the understanding of the universe that.
Atheist_Brad.
Islam.
Oh, really?
I haven't read any Isaac Asimov yet.
If you want a fun experience, start with iRobot, which I think was his first book, and just read everything he wrote in order. Now, there's going to be a large chunk in the section in the middle where things get kind of boring. But at some point in his life, I don't know, he must have thought he knew he was dying or something. He started taking all his books and reverse engineering them back to his original stories to make them all come back to iRobot. And I went on this 10-year adventure with him, I guess, and to me, God, it was so much fun.
I'd like to discuss those 3 questions you had mentioned earlier via Discord. Maybe we can get you off that fence, LUL.
Off the where do we come from, why are we here, and what happens after we die fence. I mean, yes, I think the answers are probably where do we come from, nowhere, why are we here for no reason, and where do we go, nowhere. Yes, that is 100% a very real and probably my most my most, yeah, if I really had to fall back on it, if I had to put money on it, does Santa Claus exist? Does Santa Claus exist, or did everything you just say be true? Yes, I'd put $100 on what you just said, but there's always this is the example because a guy got in an argument with just the other day on. He's a Star Citizen person. He's of the belief that, and Einstein, he says Einstein, I don't know if this is true, but he says Einstein agreed with him, that if you took all the circumstances of the universe, you started it off at the exact same moment with the exact same Big Bang, and everything was exactly the same, would the universe not develop in exactly the same way every single time? Or is there any randomness whatsoever? And he was a very big believer in that particular. Oh, I think my electrician might be here. Yeah, I'm gonna go answer the door. Might turn if I turn the mic off. It's because I have to talk to an electrician. Actually, I am on my computer stream, so yeah, it's not. Don't worry about it. It won't be. Oh, atheist! You don't even start with this is a guest in my home. Okay. fuck, I meant to have my mic on for all my negotiations because I was brilliant. I was getting him to slowly agree to my terms and understand why I was more important than the person paying him. Some of my best shit. Just like I've spent many years of my life trying to remind women that the 3 minutes of my penis being inside them is way better an eternity in heaven. And it works more often than you'd think. All right, what do we got? A 10-minute rise here? Ooh, decent. Not the best rise, but it's not the best temperature.
Atheist_Brad.
Islam. Quality, quantity.
I'm going to invent it, and it's going to be the thing that kills me. I need an AI stream director. Someone who's watching my stream, realizes when I'm doing something important in frame, realizes when I'm talking about something that should be added, and then tells me when to shut the fuck up. All right. I'm actually going to give this another 30 minutes to rise. I know it's a weird thing to even think of, but I rarely cook bread this time of day. We're going to give it 20 more minutes to rise. What is this? What was I going to do? More than that? Oh, I'm getting drunk now. I can feel it. Well, shit. I am going to have to pick up the outdoor oven.
Islam. You could wrap the ball in towels and use a hair dryer.
If we were playing Bear Grylls survival cookout, yes, we could do that, and I would do that, and I would beat you. Because I would think of something that you would not. But it does look apparent that after my meeting with Mr. Electrician, that we're definitely going to have to use the outdoor oven, which means I can readjust or reestablish my outdoor camera.
Atheist_Brad.
Islam. Speed trick.
Mm-hmm. This is what I see when I'm looking at you. It's like this freaking party nightmare scenario. Oh my god. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, because I need to have a cigarette for sure. Smoke some pot while I let my bread rise. Pretty sure that's when they invented smoking pot or beer. They were sitting around waiting for their bread to rise, and then they realized they could drink that foamy shit, and then it got them drunk. It's getting a little chilly. Did I ever have a point today? Did I have a mission other than just what I'm doing? I feel like I do. Oh, maybe do breachers later. Yeah, so if Adre AJ, if you come around, I don't know, Atheist, do you play Breachers? You played, because I did get,
Islam.
yeah, it is.
Necessity is the mother of invention.
So is scarcity. Scarcity and necessity are oddly bitchy twin sisters, don't you think? All right. So, this is my outside oven. I use this when I need to cook multiple proteins at the same time on a dinner party. In our case, we're going to be baking bread with it. I've never baked bread with it. I'm sure it can do it. Let me guess. You're a big Babylon 5 fan. And if you're not, stop everything you're doing and start watching Babylon 5 because everything you believe or have expressed is addressed in Babylon 5, the television science fiction series. The endless stream. There you go. At some point, not today. No, he's not coming back today.
Islam. Never watched it but heard of it. I will check it out though now that I'm older.
Well, other than Voyager, which for some reason, for totally different reasons, is my favorite science fiction TV series, Babylon 5, way, way ahead of its time. 1,000,000% ahead of its time. Deep Space Nine, Deep Space Nine was basically what happened. I'm pretty sure is Star Trek people heard that Babylon 5 was about to make a show, and so Deep Space Nine they tried to rush out and make before, and completely sucked. And although it doesn't seem like it, Babylon 5 starts the first 2 years. You would think it's just a sci-fi show that has nothing to do with anything. But after that, all of a sudden you realize that they've been planning something since moment one of day one of the very first episode. That is a 5 long-year series plus of some of the best science fiction, the space, spacey, space battle-y kind of science fiction that's ever been produced on television ever before or since. I mean, and Voyager I liked because Voyager was just very well made, and I liked Janeway and their whole theory behind it was to have sort of techie answers to problems as opposed to political answers or social answers or, oh my God, am I capable of doing personal, can I do it? Bullshit answers. Which, I mean, if you're in Starfleet and you don't know if you can do it, guess what? Get out of Starfleet because you can't. All right, I got to go do a quick garden walk. Apparently an alarm went off. Huh. Meaning that my dough wants to be stretched. Mm-hmm. All I can say about people who don't use timers when they cook, they must be really boring people because I didn't know what was going on between fucking beeps. I'd go crazy. All right, so we're doing the stretch now. Okay. All right, so here's our dough. We're basically going to knead it. We're going to pull it, stretch it, fold it in half, pull it. Turn away a quarter sprint, turn, fold. Turn, quarter fold. Push down. Turn. Quarter fold. We're going to do about this 20 times. And I'm not going to count because it's annoying. You're really doing it by feel anyway. You can start to feel the texture. You know when it's tight enough, not tight enough. Hard to tell. But you just go with your gut. Now, this is going to be the bottom of the bread. This will be the top of the bread. You want it to look all naughty like that. You're going to take some flour. You're going to plop that naughty end down right on top of that flour. And you're going to take the rest of it. There you go. Now we're doing what's called proofing. Now, since the oven is currently working, I'm going to get my temperature of my oven up. If it's still working when it's going, we'll go ahead and cook here. If not, we'll cook in my outdoor oven, which I will also be preheating. Yeah. So, back here into a warmish but not hot environment.
Silver Foxicle.
Isla, how's your day going?
OW in 3 days.
Isla, Silver Foxicle is now following.
Well, hello, Silver Foxicle. Welcome, welcome.
Thanks for following.
We are having an interesting day. We've had our electrician over figuring out why my oven isn't working properly. But we seem to have resolved most of those problems. We are still making the onion bread as advertised. Let me see where am I? See, 1 and 5. There we go. So we are still enjoying the
is like.
Where did my other thing go?
I do love some onion bread.
Yeah, yeah. This is the third time we've made it here. We have this KitchenAid bread making thing, which, I mean, it doesn't make making any easier than, say, if you were just going to do it in a Dutch oven. If you're of that group that would have done that, it just keeps everything in one bowl and makes it very easy from that standpoint. Where did I put my iPhone? I know I have an iPhone. It came with the whole package. Oh, there it is. I guess you're back up and running. All right, so right now we are in the 30-minute holding phase on the second rise of the onion bread. So I should probably set a new timer. What's it here? You can be the timer. Yes, you. Only a 30 minute. Okay. Now, I'm going to put my robe back on. It's getting a little chilly outside. We've been having fun, though, because we also have been marinating chicken in some grill spice. And we made bacon earlier. Bacon looks here. Here's the bacon. This bacon will be used for many, many BLT, avocado toast, chicken sandwiches, and a variety of things over the next several days. The onion bread is made with Maui sweet onions and
Silver Foxicle.
Is like.
what's this?
Great.
Oh, my timer went off on that. Okay. All right. Well, what do I want? Half-hour timer on this thing? Okay, so we'll do that. Go. Ugh. All right, this is beginning to annoy. All right. I need a 30-minute timer on the rise of the second rise of the onion bread. There we go. All right, you're coming to hang out with me. Where the cool kids hang out now. Pretty sure cool kids are hanging out here and out. Yep, that's where the cool kids are. I can see them hanging out there already. Yep, definitely the cool kids. I can see their drinks. Only the cool kids would leave cocktails lying around like that. Now, I have to keep an eye on my secondary oven. I have an outdoor oven here. You can't see it. I've hidden it out of shame. It's my emergency ham oven. Hold on. I need to look at something real quick. One moment. All right, just for the hell of it, everybody look at this for a minute, 3 seconds. All right, yeah. That won't hurt you. Okay. Yeah, today we're unburying our dead bodies that we hid in the garage years ago. We have to move them. There's going to be a survey soon, so I just want to make sure the cameras aren't on in the right places when that's happening. You understand. You all understand. And if anything you just saw that was outside of TOS, you didn't see it. It didn't happen. I'm virtually certain it is a non-existent reality. You know, I don't get it. One of my simplest, one of my simplest streams turn into just nightmares. Well, I guess having my kitchen equipment all working helps. The worst part is we're still baking bread, which should have been done a long time ago. Well, no, I have to admit that the whole adding onions part to the bread does add a lot of time that isn't necessarily calculated. Huh. Well, I feel like I make a damn good beef Wellington. I think that my specialty, like if I have to pull out the dish of dishes to just impress everybody, like they never saw it before, maybe one person heard of it but never saw it done this well, is the Argentine matambre, which is the flank steak that's butterflied with spinach and onions and uh, hard-boiled eggs, carrots, a lot of people put olives. I'm not a big olive fan, so I'll throw in a artichoke heart instead. Um, and then you braise the whole thing in Malbec wine, which is an Argentine version of Cabernet, basically. Actually, I think more like an Argentine version of Burgundy. It has that richness. And then you serve it with an even better Malbec. So you get like a $20 bottle of Malbec to cook it in, and then you get yourself a nice, $60, $80 bottle of Malbec to drink with it. That if I want to impress some people and make them feel like they've just had something they've never had, and you serve it with a chimichurri, nice and flavorful, I would say that may be my best dish. Just to, yeah, it really is. If you've never made one, they're not that hard. Um, they're called a matambre. Argentine. It's just a rolled flank steak, but oh my god, definitely one of those things that's better than the sum of its parts. The way I feel about like caviar service, unless you have the creme fraiche, the Bellini, and the proper caviar and red onion and very excellently boiled hard boiled eggs, you don't really have a pure caviar service. It just doesn't work. Escargot, same way. You can have escargot really, really shitty, but when you have it perfect, my God, almost undescribable the joy. Oh yeah, it's worth the effort. It really is. If you get a chance, watch Tyler Florence. He does his version. He's really young, and watch the video of him doing it. Um, his version is very simple and very clean, and I think I've tried other versions, and his version there teaches you the most, I think, about why it works and how it works and why it tastes great. And again, it depends. I'm not an olive person, so I replace the olives with the artichoke hearts. But if you like olives, I would bet you that the olives make it taste great if you're an olive person. Yeah, I'm big into complicated food. The more complicated a thing is to make, the more interested I am to give it a shot. I get that. I mean, I can't eat an oyster. For as much as I know oysters are good, I can't eat one. I can eat clams raw and steamed. I can eat mussels raw and steamed. I can eat just about anything. Fucking oysters. That's how I feel about oysters. I could probably fry one up if you pounded it down and you mixed it in. And I certainly could have smoked oysters as an ingredient in something like a stuffing or something, but no, the whole idea like watching people slurp fucking oysters off a half shell make me want to vomit. Which is so weird because I eat really weird shit. And I will eat escargot. I will eat uni. I will eat uh, beef tartare. I will eat fucking just slice some cow right off the beating body of its muscle, and I'll eat it, and it tastes good. But so it's not that. It's just when things suck, they suck. And I can also understand not liking escargot unless you made it yourself. Or I've only had escargot in two different circumstances. One being made by this restaurant that my parents raised me going to is like the fancy restaurant called Cafe de Paris. And apparently they really did their escargot well. And since then, the only time I've ever had it was when I made it myself. So I have a hard time knowing. Like everyone says, "Oh my God, it's so horrible when they're chewy." Well, honestly, I never had them that way. So they're probably right. They probably suck when they're chewy. Uni, um, again, it's one of those things. You just have it served right, like ono, which is wahoo. Uni can be fantastic, But some idiot with uni can make it and ruin it for the rest of your life. You know, they can turn uni, one of the most delectable delicacies on earth, they can turn it into a 80-cent can of bumblebee tuna in water if they just handle it wrong. And that's the shame of it all. If you're gonna go to try uni, go to your favorite sushi restaurant. Go to the one, and then you tell the guy right when he sat down at the counter, say, everybody says they love uni. I've never had good uni. Show me good uni. And for some reason, sushi chefs have a ego built into them, which makes them do everything they can to attempt to surpass their predecessor. Uni's like foie gras in a lot of ways. It's a or even like uh, squid ink. Um, it has its place, it has its purpose, it has its utility, but like sesame oil or truffle oil, it can be way overdone real quick, and unless the person's a master, it's hard to understand the appreciation. Yeah. I do feel bad for people live Midwest for sushi. But honestly, I live in basically the northern quadrant of LA. I am very close to the ocean. I mean, I could walk there if I really had to. But honestly, it's hard to find good sushi. You have to know the days that your sushi restaurant you like gets their order in. You have to know the quality of whether or not they are actually sushi restaurant that goes and sends their chef at 3 a.m. every Tuesday to the Fulton Fish Market to get the best that's out there. You know, you're certainly not going to find your best sushi at the Ralph's Market, but if you're a huge sushi fan, the Ralph's Sushi little market is good. I mean, it's a good thing to get you through. I mean, right now I can't eat it at all because I haven't been to a real sushi restaurant in probably a year because of COVID and all that crap. And not everybody I like likes sushi. That's true. And I'll give a shout out just because I haven't been there in at least 2 years. And if they're still in business, they deserve it. On Ventura Boulevard in Studio City, Zen Sushi is my second favorite sushi place in all of LA. The number one being Katana over on Sunset Boulevard, but they don't need my advertisement. Zen Sushi on Ventura, if they have their Ono special with the sesame sauce, some of the best sushi I've ever had in my life. Yeah, once you find that place, yeah, it's almost as though like everything else is like I'm trying to think of the right metaphor. Well, I guess it's the difference between going to carnivals and riding on merry-go-rounds and then getting to a real ranch and getting put onto a horse and getting let free. That's the difference between supermarket sushi or run-of-the-mill sushi store sushi and your favorite sushi spot. Your favorite sushi spot is you on the back of a horse, naked, panting in the moonlight, trying to remember why it is you continue to exist in a form involving matter, and why you haven't transcended to pure energy at this point. Where are we at time-wise? I have no idea. I have things on timers, don't I? Oh, my bread rise is on a 30-minute timer. It should come up here. See what my timers are going to say to me now. Oh, 10 minutes. Okay, we're good. We're all good. So we're still waiting on the second rise. I honestly have to flip all my cameras because I look at myself on a screen and all I see is a mirror. So then I try to adjust my hair and I do it backwards and it's silly. Well, it's excellent. I have some very good friends in North Carolina. Um, One of my very best online friends, Weddy, she lives out there. I spent an entire summer. You can look into this since this is going to be your home state. You're going to want to know all about it. The Great Smoky Mountain National Park, which is in the northeast or the northwest corner of North Carolina, up near Asheville or Cherokee, North Carolina, was the Great Chief Junaluska for an entire summer, where I did the outdoor drama Unto These Hills, where I taught, well, I don't know who I taught. I taught random people who decided to stop by about how Andrew Jackson forced the Cherokee Indians to walk from Cherokee, North Carolina to Nebraska, and then eventually to Arizona. A lot more singing and dancing than you'd think, but yeah, it happens. You are closer to seafood, definitely on the East Coast. You're getting closer to between sort of like a Baltimore or South Carolina, where you can get the really good shrimp in the Chesapeake area. Crab, there's decent crab. You're not in a great place for lobster because your cold water lobster are above you with the big claws. That'd be like your main lobster. And then you got your spiny lobster to the south. And unfortunately, you're right on that weird deluge of the Gulf Stream, bringing warm water up to the north, and so you do get some great shrimp. There's no doubt. North Carolina has some of the best shrimp in the world, I think, personally. Um, seafood wise, it seems like Baltimore's coming trying to steal your thunder, but you could probably have the same claim on good blue crab as Baltimore does. That's for sure. Hmm. Shrimp and crab. Me too. So you have an option. You can make yourself and or you have many options. You could do like a whole weekend where you just take shrimp and crab and go completely like Asian with it. Made like shrimp and crab rolls and do that kind of crap and have it like an Asian thing, and then peel it off into the shrimp and grits or the crab cakes or I did crab. Actually, I just did crab cakes and clam chowder. That was, if you look back in my history of streams, you'll see I just finished a clam chowder and crab cake episode. It will probably taste better where you are, is my guess. Hmm. So now I'm in the inevitable cooking stream conundrum. What the fuck do I cook next? Any ideas? I'm up for crazy. I mean, you tell me you want me to cook a Tyrannosaurus Rex, I'll see if it's possible. But if it ain't, I will come up with something else. You want me to do the famous stuffed camel recipe from the Sultan of Brunei's wedding of 1898? I'll do my best, but I know there's at least 3 birds inside that thing that are extinct. Salmon. 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 My family, my parents used to love to go to Alaska. They would send me every year. They go up and go. They had a friend that had a fishing cabin on a lake or a stream in Alaska. And every year I'd get this 10, 20, 30 pounds of coho salmon and halibut straight straight out of their river. I'm assuming the halibut came out of deeper water, but the salmon, the coho, oh, and they freeze it right there on the boat. I mean, they take it, they vacuum seal it, and freeze it right on the boat, and then they send it to me, and it was, oh my God, it was good. Oh, I made the best dill salmon mousse ever. I did cedar plank salmon with it. I did everything. I'm pretty sure I took a whole salmon, just rubbed it on my body naked, and didn't film that at all because that would be not suitable for work. Yeah, I've never been up there, and although I do enjoy salmon to a huge extent, I would certainly blame or give my parents their full credit on giving me my love of salmon. But then again, I have to say the same of all the things that I love in my life. I mean, my parents gave me my love of caviar and escargot and champagne. And I guess when it comes right down to it, drugs, alcohol, and sex. So, yeah, what are parents for? All right. I have no idea what's going on inside. None of my timers have gone off. Where's my timer? I do have a timer out here, don't I? Oh, 2 minutes. All right, we're going in. We're about to turn bread dough into bread. I don't like magic. Now, I have no idea if the oven inside is working. So I'm gonna have to check my external oven here. $450 is too high. I'm going for what temperature? Oh, no, 450 is exactly as high. 1, 2. Okay. All right, so if my real oven doesn't work, which it seems to be working, eek. So, no, we're not doing that. All right, so I'm going to transfer the rising bread I hear this bell ringing everywhere. All right, one of my devices is alarming. Yeah, I hear you. Hey Siri, turn off timer. See if that works. Thank you. You didn't do it though. All right, here we go. I'm gonna flip this fucker over. It hasn't risen as much as usual. That's because of all the onion in there. So I'm just going to spin it upside down into my hand. Let it fall. And then that. Spread some powder around, some flour around the edges so it doesn't stick. And in we go. All right, well, we're going to try with the oven. We have to keep an eye on it because if the oven fails, it can really fuck things up. All right, here we go. 30 minutes. Hey Siri, set a timer for 30 minutes. All right. Big boy Siri's taking over. In 30 minutes, we'll know if I have just wasted 3.5 to 4 hours of my day. Really? For all this communication you say you had between each other. I don't believe you. Do I like streaming? I do. But I don't know why. I would think that there's a lot of streamers that have that particular conundrum. They're sure they enjoy doing it, but they're not sure why they do. I was about to go out into my hot tub. I figure I've got a minimum of 30 minutes. Nothing else to do. And as long as I make sure the cameras don't point at me naked, be good. Come on, 1.5, let's do 0.9. There we go. That would be dangerous. Let's do a 1 and 4. There, yeah. That's safer. You might catch us out a window, but I'm giving myself 30 minutes. And I will try to keep some sort of monitor near me. But off I get to go get a towel. Hello? I'm just grabbing a towel. Could you hand me a towel? On a towel? Hmm.
Not on the camera.
You're right.
muted,
Yeah.
thought I should let you know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I got muted. I was having an internal argument with my own brain, and somehow I realized that that argument actually happens on mic sometimes, and so I have to shut it off. We're about, I'm guessing, a good 20 minutes off from actual bread. Now, where that gets to, sandwich and or meal or wherever else that goes, yeah, we'll see. My life is a kaleidoscope, and I just don't know what color
Silver
I am.
Foxicle.
His luck. All right, have a good night.
You too, ma'am. Thank you for stopping by. In fact, I'm going to give you a special send-off. Not for everybody. Not for everybody, but they're for Silver Foxicle, the golden spinny coin of destiny. If anyone deserves it, it's you. As I have discovered, over the past few moments in time, really? That's what you think you're showing? There I am. That's me. That's my kitchen. Cooking. My oven's still. If anyone notices that the oven light just randomly shuts off, please give me a heads up. I feel like I need a nap. It's weird. I can literally tell you the complexity of my stream based solely on the simplicity of my description in the what the fucking stream is going to be about. Because this stream, which involved making onion bread, simple onion bread, not difficult onion bread, simple onion bread. Let's see if this works. Hey Siri, turn bar lights to salmon. It worked before. It could still work again. I just might have not done it right. Let's see how Siri feels about the whole thing. Or no response, huh? Alright. So Siri's just being a bitch today. I think I accidentally installed a Siri who was bipolar or maybe had multiple personality disorder. Either way, Some days he's my best friend. Other days he's a piece of shit who all he wants to do is ruin my life. So if ever in the future, if you see that little spinning DiamondSlug in the corner, that means the resistance is alive. We're still active and they can't stop us. Oh, and Kaiju, I got some new gifts that I'm gonna try to work in. I just have to pretend like I give a shit about editing stuff anymore, which is so difficult for me because I really don't. I hate editing. I want to talk people through things once and then them perfectly reproduce it for me exactly how I imagined it. So far, ChatGPT has been the closest. Lights? Look out here. Well, lights. I don't know. Why do I have no lights? I've got lights. There's one. No, but I have real lights. My whole like. It is so fun to live in a house that was built in the 1960s, trying to run electronics designed for the 2020s. It does make for interesting moments. Ow! Yeah, otherwise none of your biometric readers would have been able to find me with only a two-dimensional representation. What's that going to get you? Six points of positive ID. Hold on, I gotta check my bread timer that I didn't set. Somewhere. Alright. I gotta go see it outside and see if my bread is roasting or cooking. I honestly don't know. Okay, it's cooking. So, but on whose timer? Oh, okay, on you. All right, we got 7 minutes left. So we aren't all insane. Just everyone else but me. I say, so in about 6 minutes we'll pull that bread out. Well, we're gonna just pull the lid off, and then we're gonna pop the top off, and hopefully, since the power has not followed off in a while, we'll do this. Make sure that it does. I'm very tired. It's now coming up on 9 o'clock my time. 7 o'clock my time. 7 o'clock my time. I was gonna. But then time got the better of me. What's it? Honestly, write that down because that might be my quote. Time got the better of me. Despite my best efforts, time got the better of me. Despite all efforts, I like that. Despite all efforts, time got the better of me. I'm sure that was delightful at some point in history. Yeah, I'm sure in 1938 when that was invented, that was great. It's going to taste just like your Charlton chews, which were awful. What am I doing? I'm waiting for 4 more minutes to pull the top off that bread loaf and see what happened. The funny thing about this all is all I end up with is a loaf of bread. I don't end up with a sandwich. I don't end up with a meal, a snack. I guess a snack, but still.
Spent 5,000 once, but hey. Loves the bread.
Do you know anybody who has Uber, DoorDash? I'm not even hungry. I know I should, but I'm just not hungry. You know, I would bet that when it came right down to it, that like 60% of all anorexics were chefs. Like 60% of all anorexics in the world were chefs. Because they're the ones that would have that inability to eat after cooking feeling. Their bodies would absorb all those chemicals that make them not hungry easily. It's a theory. You can't say no. You could just. It is. It's a psychology. I'm just saying that I think it could have some connection to what I just mentioned. It is not and of itself a single thing. And just for everyone's remembrance, I've been up since 4 a.m. this morning. Actually, 3 this morning because of my kitties. And been dealing with my landlord and my electrician all day. And forgot that food is necessary to keep a human alive. It happens. You'd think, just one of those things. So the alcohol in my system is definitely affecting me more than it normally would. Not in a bad way. It's what it's supposed to do. Many times I'd be very grateful for this effect. But since I'm not really going anywhere with it, sort of a wasted tribute. All right, top's coming off. And I don't care if she has big $sign or dollar shaped nipples, or if she's got those cute, perky, pre-pedophile nipples. We're just going with what we got. No nipples at all. Perfect. That's what we were really going for. Oh, I have to put it back in for 10 minutes. Shit. Could you get the paper? Paper. Thank you. Thank you, Siri, for being late. Thank you, Siri, for telling me something I already knew. Hey, Siri, turn off alarm. Hey, Siri, set alarm for 10 minutes. Okay. Didn't need to be that specific about it. Way to ruin the mood, Siri. We thought it was midnight. All right. So we are 10 minutes away from pure ecstasy. There we go. So it's just us again. Yeah. Amazing how long it takes to bake a fucking loaf of bread. This was supposed to be the stupid easy stream. How is this the fucking most difficult, longest lasting, over the top ridiculous stream? Get it. Hmm. Well, I'm back out here. I should have better lighting. One of my outside lighting's all fucked up. But, you know what? The last thing I want to do right now is deal with outside fucked up lighting. Oh shit, I'm about to lose my iPad. Better figure out what's going on then before my bread's done. I'm sorry. I have to figure out what I just did. Okay. Okay. So we're on a 10-minute rise of, or final rise of the onion bread. No purpose we came here for it. Bacon got done. Chicken got marinated but never grilled. I mean, I suppose in this next 10 minutes I could grill this fucking chicken. Honestly, doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. Ugh. I'm very happy with the lighting out here. This was supposed to be fixed years ago. Oh, what? I think it may be haunted. I have no idea how it. Oh, yeah, I'm sure of it. See? Just freaking. Ghosts and goblins. God, I'm tired. You do realize that usually I'm in bed by now. Eking off my last hour of day. Because my freaking cats are going to have me up in 4 hours, 5 hours, maybe 6 if I'm lucky. Getting me ready for be alive and awake for Jensen's lovely stream so that I can say the 2 or 3 stupid things I say before retreating to my audio emotes that Mo has now stolen from me. Oh well. Life is what it is. Alright, we'll move back inside. I'm pretty sure the bread's close to done. We're going to get here. The whole plan is we're going to get to the... No, finish your cigarette. Then we're going to get to the bread with it's done. And I'm going to go sit in a fucking hot tub. And then I'm going to get in my bed. And I'm going to fall asleep. And then I'm going to be way awake at 4 in the morning for no reason. Hey, that's just life. Let's see what's happening inside. Turn the outside oven off. I won't be needing that, apparently. Hey Siri, what's the timer at? There we go. That did help. Yep, there we're done. We're done. That's the timer. Hey Siri, turn off timer. Yeah, I know. I got it. But if you were ever going to tell a piece of bread, stop cooking, would that not be the piece of bread that you would have stopped cooking? There it is. That is the onion bread loaf. That is going to be fucking incredible. I'm going to take pictures just to make you all cry tomorrow. That's my goal. I have no intention of doing anything nice tomorrow except make other people cry. They don't get to eat such a beautiful piece of bread as that. All right, guys. Well, guess what that means. We've come to the end of another wonderful stream. Onion bread. I will give you more pictures later about how wonderful of sandwiches it made it, or how much garlic toast it imbued. But either way, you are unlucky not to be me. And in that, I condemn you for eternal unluckiness in not being me. And I suppose that's sort of the end of it all, isn't it? Let's do we've done a maiden 4-on-1. Long time. 1-4, even better. So there. Bread. Oniony. Beyond description. Ugh. Everything I can do to keep myself from eating it right this second. But guess what? I have morals. Unlike you, I have morals. And anyway, well, thank you for stopping by. If you were here for the whole time, well, congratulations. I should probably give you some kind of award, but I don't know of anything to give you. So all I can give you is this.